Hello, hello. Welcome or welcome back to, excuse me, to Raiding Historia. I would summarize what happened, but a lot of happened. a lot of time skipping. My job is to watch over the city. All still is as peaceful today as it ever was. I got to the border checkpoint where I needed to do a trick and I couldn't. So I had to go back to this timeline to learn the sword dancing from Cloud. Yeah, just say the same thing, I think. Didn't know you were sergeant. You were sergeant of the Rush Brigade. I am. Excuse me. I might not look it, but I'm in the military. I'm an engineer. My dad's going to war. He's leaving me behind. This is the reception desk. Oh, stuck. Perfect timing. I want to ask you to help with our scouting efforts again. Do you have time? I'll do it. Thank you. Let's see. The man I want you to talk to is named Berman. He was in Alma Mine not long ago. He was a mercenary at Cygnus, but was recruited for his skills and now works at Alma Mine. He's known as the legendary engineer, but after the mine closed, nobody knows where he went. I wanted to contact him before the mine closed, but if you find him, please ask him if he would like to work for Alistal. Oh, stuck. Came at the good time. Have you heard of the flower Celestia, Iris? Nope. Not only is it rare, it's also very beautiful and symbolizes one true love. I want to grow a bunch here and hope to inspire any hesitant couples. If you have any, can you give them to me? Okay. I'm sorry to have to ask you this. I'm counting on you. Hey, you two. What are you talking about? The girl and the guy in the hat. Huh? Me and Mark? Is there something you want? I'm your personal trainer. Show me things. Show me some things. What are you talking about? You're not making any sense. I mean it. I'm going to train you and teach you new moves. This guy Mento, let's ignore him and quit wasting time. However, if you want to learn my techniques, there is one condition. He's not taking no for an answer. What's your condition? And this guy's taking him seriously. You must find the technique scrolls scattered across the land. This is my requirement. How about it? Don't you want them to learn your techniques? Sure. You got it. Let me tell you about the technique scrolls. Whoa. Hang on a second. We didn't agree to this. Aren't we the ones learning the moves? Well, this might not be a bad thing, right, Rainy? Why are you standing up for this shady character? No, it's just that our mission takes us all over the land. Right, we might find these technique scrolls along the way. Even if we don't find them, there's no harm in agreeing to look. If we do find them, we can learn new skills. It's not a bad deal. Well, I guess if you put it that way. So, can I get back to talking about technique scrolls now? Yeah, sure, we're listening. There are two types of technique scrolls I want to look for. The first contains spear skills. Those techniques are for the girl. The others have a sword skill. Therefore, my friend in the head there. There are 4 of each type, so there's 8 of them to find. Basic math skills, alright? What are these technique scrolls? You see, I don't know. Huh? Then how do we find them? That's where you come in. So we got to search the world on our own, huh? Considering you don't know where they are, you sure know a lot about these scrolls. Well, as a soldier, it's only natural, yeah. Are you hiding something? No, nothing at all. He probably just pawned these technique scrolls for money. And when you came back for them, they'd already been sold. Am I right? How'd you know? Just a wild guess. I didn't think I'd be right. So why are you acting all grandiose when this whole thing is your fault? Ah, sorry. I just need to get them back before my dad finds out, or he'll kill me. You could have just asked. He needed to save face. No point. If saving face makes him sound like an idiot though. You got me there. We understand your situation. Did we find any technique scrolls? Excuse me. Sorry about that. If we find any technique scrolls, we'll bring them back to you. Thank you. Oh well. But don't forget to teach us the techniques, okay? Of course, I'm sure they'll come in handy. Ah, I see you guys. How's it going? Found any scrolls lately? You want Rainy or Marco to learn anything new right now? I don't know. Marco? Ooh, you found a sword technique scroll. Thank you. In return, I'll teach you a special technique. Watch out, here goes. Anytime you're ready. You did well. The move is now yours. I did it. Marco learned right assault. If you find another technique scroll, bring it back to me. This is the excuse me, dang. This is the training area. Hello, Lieutenant Stock. What business do you have here? Yeah, Sonia called for me. Is that so? I believe she's in the room to the right. Talk to him. Oh, busy. You seem to be winning the war, but the injured just keep pouring in. The area through here is off limits. Fennel is in charge of that floor. Oh, hello. I've heard all about you, Stock. Miss, a colleague of Sonia's. I know you're Sonia's friend, so there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd really appreciate it if you could hear me out. Sure. Thank you. Well, to get straight to the point, Sonia's been acting odd for a while now. She seems distracted, like her mind is elsewhere, and that's not like her at all. The problem is, I think it's starting to affect her work. The only staff allowed on this floor are handpicked from the best of the best. So as our colleague, I'd really like to see her return to form. And you can help? Got it? Thank you. I knew talking to you would help. Well, when you find the time, please come back. Alright. Hello, Purple. How you doing? I'm sorry it took me so long. You're finally here. Thank you, Keel. Oh, no need to thank me. Well, I'd do anything for you, ma'am. Man. Stuck. You shouldn't make your man have to go on a wild goose chases to find you. Now, right this way, please. You listen to what the doctor says, won't you, Sergeant Stock? If you give her too much trouble, I'll have to tell Captain Roche. Why would you bring up Roche here? Oh, well... with your permission, please excuse me. It seems they've warmed up to you. You're the quiet type, so I was worried they'd get the wrong impression of you. You needed me for something? I called you here so I could check up on those wounds you sustained last time. There's no need to worry. They've more or less healed. They would employ doctors if the soldiers could make that decision for themselves. Now take off your clothes and let me see those wounds. Okay, all done. It seems you were right, and they have indeed healed. But I still must insist that you don't push yourself too hard. Stock. I've been looking for you. You might have to get in line. Huh? Well, anyway. They're planning a strike. Lieutenant General Raoul wants us in his office immediately. Ever since the operation at the mine, the army is getting deployed more frequently. Well, we are short on men, but look on the bright side. They've got the good sense to send us in with a brigade of fresh recruits. That's what concerns me. You do need to look out for yourselves better than you do. Well, we'll get around to that. Stock. Can you meet me in the Lieutenant General's office? I need to have a quick word with Sonia. How's Stock doing? He's fine. So, why did you ask me to give him a checkup? Is there a big mission coming up? Under the circumstances, all of the missions are big. And he's the type who would never speak up. He works through it all by himself. That's why he's dangerous. Someone needs to look after him. But if you say he's fine, then that's one less burden on my shoulders. Come on, don't give me that look. No matter the mission, I'm going to make it back. And Stock will too. I know you will, because I'd never forgive either of you if you died and left me behind. Whoa, easy, Tiger. Stop joking around. I'm serious. I know, just trust that we'll stay safe. And wait for us to come back. Anyway, I better get going. Are you working yet? A new mission, huh? I thought I told you to go on ahead. Even if I had, I wouldn't have been able to hold a conversation with him until you showed up. I suppose that's true. The Lieutenant General talks a lot, but I can't imagine the two of you alone in a room. Oh, come on. I've had enough dirty looks for one day. Let's go together. The Lieutenant General's office is on the 3rd floor, to the right. She's definitely acting strange. What's the matter, Sonia? You don't look yourself. Do you have a fever or something? Oh, stop. I'm sorry, no, I'm perfectly healthy. It's just, I've got a lot on my mind. Sonia just looked at Raj. Does he have something to do with it? Raj, would you mind stepping outside? Huh? Oh, sure. Can you talk now, Sonia? What happened? To tell you the truth, it's about Raj. Nothing happened between the two of you. Seems like Raj has been avoiding me lately. Raj, are you sure you're not overreacting? I'm not. We had our birthdays a few days ago, and you know what he did? Oh right, your birthdays are close together, aren't they? Right. Usually we exchange presents, but this time, he's probably just busy with work. Do you think so? The Raj I know wouldn't have forgotten. Did I do something to make Raj hate me? Did you do something that you think would make him hate you? No, that's why I'm so confused. What could be wrong? Maybe he got replaced. I don't know. Maybe it's not him. At this point in time, Raj is asking me to join his team, but I can't ignore what Sonia said. Should I bring that up now? Don't listen. Listen to Sonia. What's going on, Stock? Why have you been avoiding Sonia lately? Huh? What are you saying? Sonia's worried that she's done something to offend you. What happened? There's nothing really. Did she offend you that badly? No, she didn't do anything wrong. It's not her, it's me. It's all me. Why didn't you tell me about this? I was under the impression you liked Sonia. Was I mistaken? Nah, you're not wrong. Not at all. Actually, that's the problem. You know, ever since her brother died, she's treated me as a brother. I thought I owed him something, that's why I looked after her. Like she was my own sister. I see. But I can't keep doing it. If it was anybody else, I could make a gift and put all my heart into it. But she's my sister, and it just isn't right. Damn it. Give me a break. I can go on playing her brother forever, I just can't. Sonia. Damn. This is your fault, Stock. Why'd you bring it up? No, perhaps this is right. I couldn't run from her forever. She had to find out someday. Now I can concentrate on battle. What should I do? Can I just leave them be? Isn't this Raj's chance to tell Sonia his feelings? But if Raj has made up his mind to forget about her, I have to think about this one carefully. Chase after. Should I really go talk to her? I'm sure. You seem determined to end things between you and Sonia. I'll see how she feels about you. Ah, Stock. I don't know what happened between you, your brother and Raj, but I think you shouldn't chain yourself to the past. The same goes for Raj. Huh? You always get to the point, Stock. But I understand what you're saying. I'm crushed. But if Raj wants to leave me because he thinks it will help me, then I have to accept it. Stock. Have I already fallen out of love with Raj? I really couldn't say. Events had thrown the friendship between Stock and Raj into slight disarray. Raj ended his relationship with Sonia and dedicated himself to battle. He quickly rose through the ranks and in return was given increasingly dangerous missions. When the time came for the decisive mission to invade Grenork, Raj led the breakthrough charge into the enemy's capital, but suffered a mortal wound. He was praised as a hero by his countrymen, but Raj died alone and friendless. A Night's End. Damn. The moral of this story is don't break up with your girlfriend. Welcome back, Stock. I didn't expect to completely lose my friendship with Raj. Sonia meant so much to him. That's right. But Stock, I don't understand what happened to cause these events. Could you explain to me what was all that about? If you can't see it, then you're not ready. You'll understand it when the time comes. Huh. You beat me with style. Alright, return. Can I skip this like that? Yeah. No, wait. Did I flip it? Enough. No, damn it. Oh my god. Reconsider. Send after. There we go. Should I make Raj talk to her and sort it all out? Yeah. I understand you're in a painful place right now, but she might not have heard everything just now. You should go after her and tell her. And then you need to ask how she feels about you. You're avoiding Sonia because you're afraid of rejection. Don't you feel sorry for her? You're right. And even if she turns me down, it won't get any worse, huh? I owe you one stock. Good luck, Rush. Perhaps I should let Mies know about this too. Do. I have to skip this. Who do I send scouts? Yeah, sorry about skipping all this, but that happened last night. Just rehashing. Fuck. The mine's closing soon. The job here paid well. I guess I'll have to look for another way to make money now. Are you Berman? You bet. Berman the Barberman. At your service. Who are you? I'm with the military. The Alistel army wants to hire your services. What do you say? Great timing. I was just going back to Cygnus since my job's been closed down. If you need stuff exploded, I'll go where the job takes me. From the looks of you, you seem like someone who can handle explosives as well. Doesn't a big barrel packed with volatile chemicals make you excited? You don't enjoy it too much, but don't enjoy it too much, or you'll end up like me. Well, I'll head to Alistel as soon as I pack up then. As I thought. It was much easier to hire him in the past. He seems a bit crazy, but my job here is done. Well. Ooh, I'm all tingly now. Yeah, he might be a little bit crazy. I wonder if it's the same actor that was in Metal Gear Solid 2. They had an interesting conversation after the Queen. Seems like the Queen is a puppet. They are still obeying her. Oh, Stock. Berman took the job. He joined right after I asked you. I was so surprised that you found him so fast. Oh, yes. Here is your reward. 3,000 gold. If I have a tough job like this in the future, I'll ask you. I hope you accept. Oh, it's you. I heard you brought Sonia and Raj together. Sonia's important to us around here. Thank you for what you've done. History has changed, so he never knew something was wrong with Sonia to begin with. I feel like your coming here was fate for some reason. I'd like you to have this. Please, don't be modest. Take it. I don't know why, but it just feels right. I hope you'll keep looking after Sonia and Raj. Didn't I just buy that custom lens though? And the lens give him defense. Was it third floor or second floor? I think it's the third. Reporting in, General. Ah, Captain Raj and Stock, was it? Or should I say Major Raj and Lieutenant Stock? You've been promoted. General Hugo, the young lion of Alistel Army. Your success at Alma Mine is held in high regard even amongst the citizens. I'd hope to meet you in person then. I see. You do have a good face. Your praise is more than I deserve. At this rate, perhaps, you will even be granted an audience with the Prophet Noah. I shall continue to expect great things from you. Well then, please excuse me. Lieutenant General Raoul, I leave the rest to you. Yes, sir. Sorry about that. And Stock, it's been a long time. I only saw you a few times while you were an army man, but I must say you look even more capable now than you used to. It's quite reassuring that you've accepted this position in Raj's brigade. When I think back on it, you may have even Lieutenant General. Sorry. I do have a habit of getting long-winded. Let's get back to the mission at hand. So, with specific regard to your brigade, first, we'll pass through Lasville Hills to reach Judgment Cliff. There you will rendezvous with an informant who will have your next set of orders. Though our true destination will not be known even to us. Ever since the enemy breached Alma Mine, the brass have been on the edge about spies. For operations that cross the border, they don't want the specifics floating around. Understood. We'll prepare men as soon as possible. Rush. Yes, sir? Well, how should I put this? Make sure that you're keenly aware of your actions from now on. Sir? Why the sudden concern? Well, it's General Hugo. It bothers me that he took the trouble to come see you. I only say this because it's you, but did you know he used to be a politician? I know that his duty to convey the Prophet's word. That his duty to convey the Prophet's word and the war are what made him a general. Well, consider this simply the ramblings of an older soldier. But do you know how the citizens are referring to you now? The young lions of Alistel. That was another earn that kind of praise from the public. Even to this day, she's well liked amongst the soldiers. You mean Field Marshal Viola, the Valkyrie? Her charisma is well beyond ours. She is truly Alista's goddess of victory. But I believe you are well aware of where this Valkyrie currently is and what she's doing. Or to be blunt, where she was. Where she was put because she was garnering more favor than General Hugo. She's been transferred to the Sand Fortress for a long time now. You might say she was gotten rid of. But there's something I don't understand. Wasn't it General Hugo himself who promoted her to Field Marshal? Ah, but that's where you see Hugo shine as a politician. By promoting her, he tied her down to the front lines at the Sand Fortress, thereby removing her from the castle and securing his own fame. If you ask me, the war is on its last legs. What's more, you two are working hard to make that a reality. That is why I have this advice for the two of you. Fight well, but try to keep the post-war in perspective. The end of a war is never truly the end, but the beginning of something else. I believe there will be the time for you both to demonstrate your true strength. But I shouldn't speak in riddles. I'll say it to you plainly. You two have endless potential. Please be careful that he doesn't crush that potential. You give me too much credit. I'm really not that impressive. I'm just rambling, remember? Anyway, coming back safely is your first task. That's all I need to tell you. Get ready to move out immediately. Understood. Our brigade will pass through Lavelle Hills and advance to Judgment Cliff. Stock. We need to get ready. Let's gather the men. The rendezvous point is set. Each squad leader will escort their men to Judgment Cliff. Those hills are infested with monsters, so be prepared for anything. All mobilized squads, move out. Good luck, you guys. Long live Alistair. Keel? Yes, Captain. Bear with us. I'll make sure you get some training in along the way. Thank you, sir. You guys ready to go on? Yeah, I'm ready. I think I'm ready, right? Yeah. Alright, let's get this show on the road. Do. Whatever. What is camp? Oh, there's a menu. Let's head through Lasville Hills again. Judgment Cliff is to the southwest. We can afford a steady pace, though. No need to be the first ones there. Just make sure you keep up with us, Gil. Yes, sir. Oh. New enemies, I see. Oh man, wrong party. Don't I have the wrong party? Isn't Rush in my party? I don't know if they are weak to frost, but that's... It worked. Wait, wasn't this blocked off? Ah, I think I ran into that other group. Nice. Oh, too early. Hey Kaze, how are you doing? All right. No, okay, this is just a dead end. Can I blow them up? I can. Did I get any XP for that? I don't think I can get them all. Oh, he doesn't have left. God damn. I'm gonna have to push them right then. Oh, you know what? I could do... push him there. You push him... No, wait. This is backwards. Okay, cool. Left. Right. Push. And thrust. No, the mushroom is gonna be fire. Not bad. Did I touch the one that's asleep? Yeah, because the other one woke up just as I touched him. One, two. I don't even know where this is going. I'm just gonna. Let me try. I think I can still get 3 of them. Let me grapple. Grapple push. Doesn't matter. Okay. I wasn't expecting that. Whoops. Wow, 1 damage. Almost dead. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Oh. Alright, let me heal up because this is the way to Alma Mine, not to our destination. Let's go back stock. Wait, was I going the right way? Now she's out of mana. Maybe I could just auto attack these. They're kind of weak anyway. Let me try just auto attack. Might take more damage, but I will save more mana. I can heal. Oh shit. You know what? Let's change you too. Power up. But did he get powered up? I hope there isn't a boss fight. And what? If I die, I can reload. Looks like we made it out without incident. Are we the first ones? We only just arrived, so don't let your guard down. Still, it should be okay to take a breather. Can't do anything without the others after all. There they are. Lieutenant Stock, I'm ISIS messenger. Ah, I thought I'd managed to blend into the army quite well. Impressive. I suppose men like us have a sixth sense of our own kind, or our own kind. What's with that dirty look? Didn't anyone tell you not to kill the messenger? I don't want any trouble. Is that your business? I have a message from Heiss. It's about time you came back. Playtime's over. If you don't, you'll suffer the same fate as the brigade. That is all. Is he threatening me? That's for you to figure out. Like I said, I'm just a messenger, and I'm impartial. And I'd like to deliver a message to Heiss. Consider the offer declined. Abandoning this brigade is the furthest thing from my mind right now. Get that message to Heiss and do it fast. Wait, I have one more duty to perform here. I'm to tell your unit the details concerning the next leg of the mission. Major Raj, I have the orders from headquarters regarding your final destination. You must be the informant that Lieutenant General Raoul spoke of. Our destination is the Sand Fortress. Upon arrival, we are to join the ranks of Viola's unit under her command. The front lines of the Valkyrie, so we're her reinforcements. If you'll excuse me. Stock, could I borrow you for a moment? It seems our destination is the Sand Fortress. I heard the same fortress we took back from Granork the other day, right? That's correct. It's probably been the most embattled region of the whole world. A whole war. But I don't understand. If they're sending reinforcements, our numbers hardly qualify. What could they be thinking by sending in such a small number? It's nothing wrong, Stock? No, it's nothing. I'm going to inform the men. I just need to wait for all of them to get here. Hey Stock, are you sure we should just let that guy go? I don't know why, but I got an odd feeling about him. Thought you might say that. I got the same feeling. It seems we're all in agreement. It looked like he was heading for Judgment Cliff. Alright, let's tail him. ISIS intentions have been added. Hello Drunken, how you doing? How's your evening? Did you work hard? I hope your commune wasn't too long. We'll wait here until everyone shows up. What do you want to do? If you got some business to attend to, you can do it now. We'll find out our next destination when everybody's here. I wonder where we're going. I'm excited. You were the first ones to arrive at the rendezvous. Way to go, Sergeant. Wait, didn't I get promoted? Why is he calling me Sergeant? I envy Keel. He's always with Captain and the Sergeant. I need to work harder so I'll get noticed by them too. I I I hurried too much. I'll just rest here and wait. Oh no. Tell them to shut the fuck up. Just kidding. It's alright. It's not as good as I imagined that it would be, but it's alright. These footprints are fresh. Look like he's been here. Must be heading north. Stark, be careful. I've got a bad feeling about this. Yeah, something was off about him. You guys should keep your guard up too. Oh, that guy was probably sent by those two guys from that other place, wasn't it? They were discussing ice. Maybe. I hated this place when I got here first place. First time. I died 3 times maybe? I don't know. 2 or 3 times. Oh, dang it. I gotta go back. It's not even the story, it's just... It feels like I'm playing... like I'm playing, what you call it? Legend of the Dragoon again. You know, these fights are cool until you do them for 40 hours. And they should have moved the Historia to the save menu. Because what's the point of going there? Just to time travel. So you can see a note screen. It's just a nitpick, but still. Alright. I wish this was called up and down instead of right and left. I just attack. Yeah, the bosses haven't been hard, but even the monsters were. Especially when I got here, I guess they were like telling you're not strong enough, I don't know. Ooh. Damn, the cactus is full of water. He won't budge. Alright, thanks for hanging out. I might start streaming. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, hold on, I gotta take control of it. Kill him. Why doesn't he even hit once? Maybe I'm not gonna waste my mana. Maybe I should have magic booster. Oh shit. Oh come on, I stabbed him. Should have it. Um, Sunderland? I don't know. What did it tell me? Yeah, I don't know how to deal with this guy. Okay, maybe poison. Ow. I knew you'd come. I've been waiting for you. What is high scheming? I've got no reason to tell you. You guys wouldn't be thinking of trying to kill me here, would you? If you give it to us straight, we won't harm a hair on your head. Well, I'm glad things turned out this way. Honestly, I wasn't allowed to make the first move. You intrigue me, Stock. You're the best we've got in Spessant, and Heist favors you. We're both members. Why should you be the one who gets all the special treatment? Maybe you should ask Heist for yourself. What? You actually think he'd tell me? Besides, this way, I get to test out your skills firsthand. And if you end up dead, I'll just report that your ability had its limits after all. Oh man, the balls. Can I have his outfit? Looks cool. Heal zone. Does that mean he's gonna get healed as long as he stands on it? But can I move on to his heal zone? Did I use... was it Frost? That did a lot of damage. Oh, she didn't level? That's the first time she didn't level along with him. Is stealing useful? Huh, I see. I think I see why he keeps you around. But as long as you are, your little brigade will always be in danger. Explain yourself. Didn't I tell you? Price wants to keep you under his thumb. But Spessant is in no position to overturn a personal request from Lieutenant General Raoul himself. That's why, when the time is right, Major Rush is going to take a little spill. If he goes down now that you've been pulled from the Spessant, it'll give Heiss the advantage. Huh. You best come back on your own accord. If you don't, want things to get messy. Keep going. Well, the scheme has yet another major player. Someone who doesn't want to see Raj getting too big for his own britches. You must know who I'm referring to. Anything else? That's all I know. Now do you understand the danger of supporting Raj? If you want to survive, heed my advice. It's for your own. You've said enough. I have no further use for you. Be gone. Oh, what is this? I'm being drained. No way. What just... He turned into sand? You mean like that sand plaque thing? I never imagined you could really just turn into sand. What should we do? Shouldn't we report this? This isn't something we want spreading amongst the new men. I'll tell Raj when it's time. I need you to stay quiet about this. And don't let your guard down. We need to be cautious of our own surroundings at all times. You're right. Be careful, our opponent is more than likely poised to strike already. It's what we do until he makes his move that will make the difference. And that's all I have to say. This will be a tough fight, but we fight for the glory of Alistal. I expect only the best. Once your unit is prepared, depart for the Sand Fortress. Hey, where have you guys been? We're just about ready to move out. Ash, we need to talk. Yeah? What's this about? Lieutenant General Raoul's concerns weren't far off the mark. His concerns? Wait, don't tell me. Our destination is the Sand Fortress, and that's not a coincidence. No wonder they're sending in such a low numbers. But we can't just defy our orders. We still have to go to the Sand Fortress. On top of that, we'll be fighting alongside Field Marshal Viola on the front lines. Wouldn't you agree that at least that part is in Alistal's best interest? You're right. I thought you might say that. Well, now that we know what's going on behind the curtain, we won't fall for it as easily. Thanks, my friend. Alright. Let's head up north through Judgment Cliff. Sand Fortress is a stone's throw away if we take that route. Yes, Captain. Keel's portrait is so dumb. The only problem is Heiss. What kind of trap does he have planned for us? Alright. What's my health? Oops. Let me just go sleep on this. I was gonna run up and save, but let's save here. Sand Fortress. So this is the Sand Fortress. Something wrong? You look a little disappointed. Well, I guess I was expecting something grander. This is a frontline fortress after all. It's just not what I imagined. Wouldn't you agree, Sergeant? Sergeant? Then it's Stock. Come on, Stock. I know you're not a people person, but you can at least respond to a question. What are you talking about? Is something wrong, Sergeant? You seem especially tense. Don't let it get to you, Keel. This is just standard Stock. Really? But ever since we passed through Judgment Cliff, he's been especially on edge. Don't let your imagination get the better of your, Keel. Stock's not being hurt on purpose. So no hard feelings, okay? You know, he's just shy. I understand. He usually doesn't seem to care about anyone, but when there's danger, always the sergeant who's first to the rescue. Sounds like you have a fan, Stock. Anyway, we should head inside. Reporting to Viola, or Voila. Well, first thing we need to do is report our arrival. Excuse me, can I ask you something, soldier? Yes, what is it? A Major Raj now just arrived with the reinforcement brigade. Could you point me in the direction of Field Marshal Viola's quarters? Major, the Field Marshal has no personal quarters here. Everyone sleeps and eats together, regardless of rank. Those are the rules. Is that so? Well, can you tell me where I can find the Field Marshal then? I believe she's on this floor, just a little down further. I'll escort you. Please follow me. She's in here. Please excuse me, Major. Excuse me. Are you Field Marshal Viola? Indeed I am. And you are? Major Raj, sir. I'm the captain of the reinforcement brigade sent to your command. I've come to report that we've arrived. I see. In good timing. We were about to begin a strategy meeting. I hate to impose on you since you've only just arrived, but you should probably sit in. We've received intel that a large Granorg detachment is headed this way. Granorg. Understood. Sorry, Stock. Would you guys check up on the men? As soon as the meeting is over, I'll catch up with you. Understood. Leave it to us. Let's go, Keel. Sorry about all this. I'll greet them officially as soon as I can as well. Sergeant, we are currently asking all squad leaders to check in with status updates. Captain Rajin is in strategy meeting with Field Marshal Viola and her advisors. Strategy meeting the moment we arrive? This really is the front line, isn't it? That's right, you should all get rest while you can. A room has been prepared on the second floor. All units are on standby until further orders. Understood. That was Field Marshal Viola. I've heard the rumors, but she was truly beautiful. No wonder they call her the Valkyrie. Huh? I thought you were smitten with Dr. Sonia. I didn't mean it like that. Well. Then can you explain how it's different? Well, I look up to Field Marshal Viola. I've heard about her distinguished military career ever since I was young. So she's like a hero that I look up to. Look up to, huh? I guess that's true. I get the same vibe from everyone who talks about her. Well, of course. People often speak of the Field Marshal's charisma, especially compared to General Hugo. That's why the rumor is that General Hugo kind of banished Viola to his fortress. Well, yeah, that's not really a big secret at this point. It's alright, all that matters is that Field Marshal is alive and well. She's still the Valkyrie and she'll keep winning everyone's trust, I'm sure. But I must admit, I do not look up to someone else a little bit more than her. Huh? Well, if they can surpass Field Marshal Viola, that's really an accomplishment. Who would that be by chance? Sergeant Stock? Oh wow, he actually said it. You really are the fan favorite, Stock. Knock it off. No good would come from following my example. That's not true. Ever since Captain Rush told me about you, I've really looked up to you. I've always wanted to become more like you. Anyway, I'm sure Rush's meeting is just about over. Let's go see if we got any new orders. Let's make a save. We're talking about Field Marshal Viola's position. When you look at how she's being treated compared to her results, it's entirely unfair. There's no reason for someone of her caliber to be so close to the battle. She should be in command stationed in Alistal. Welcome, you're the reinforcements from Alistal, right? I'll put you guys up on the second floor. Why? Why do I have to climb stairs to go to bed? I'll just go and... Oh, there's a safe point inside, never mind. Hello, this is the front line in the fight against Rhinorg, Sand Fortress. I think that our country should treat Field Marshal Viola better. In fact, I'd say that what they're doing to her is downright disgraceful. Wait a second. This is the place I was supposed to train, right? Damn it, my superior is going to kill me. Hey soldier, don't you dare drag your feet. My grandma runs faster than that. I'll retrain all your maggots from the beginning again. When I'm done with you, your body won't even remember how to laugh or cry. That guy's been pumping himself up for an hour now. Shouldn't he be putting more energy into running and less energy into his yelling? Yeah, train all night, train all day. Those Granite Parks are gonna pay. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Ain't nothing gonna hold me down. Much longer, my legs are going to fall off. Maybe they already did and that's why he's slow. "10 hours? I forgot to look up how long this game is. The people of Rush Brigade sure do a lot of running. They're so energetic. They remind me of myself when I first enlisted. What the hell is a mana crystal? I see, well, it's your loss. This is the armory. Been efficiently organized and maintained so we can head into battle on moment's notice. This guy's name is Maverick. I love weapons. I love holding them. I love seeing them. I'm the quartermaster here, but I do this even if it wasn't my job. This fortress has undergone many changes due to the battle requirements over the ages. That's why it seems to be a bit jumbled and crooked in some places. Hello? Just caught a glimpse of Field Marshal Viola. She's gorgeous. No wonder she's called the Valkyrie. You know, I've never seen you take a break, Sergeant. Phew, the march alone made me tired. I need to train harder. so I have some stamina. Hello? We're reserving this floor for the Rush Brigade. Pant. Did you see those guys on the floor below us? We, the Rush Brigade, will never let anyone train harder than us. Oh, is this where I'm gonna learn the dancing? Ah. Sergeant Stark, are you on patrol? Thanks for all your hard work. Are you training? Yes, right now. I'm only good at sword dancing, and that isn't good in a fight. I need to learn some practical skills. Oh, do you think you could give me some pointers? If I learned sword dancing here, I can put it to use in the other timeline. Of course. Thank you, Sergeant. I think I learned a lot from you. No, thank you. I learned a lot from all the footwork you showed me. I'll use your sword dancing movements to enhance my own skills. The power of strike was increased. With Stark's improved skills, he can destroy some obstacles. By destroying objects, Stark can open up paths, or even find items. Press Y button to use strike in the field. Our next battle will surely bring us victory. The Prophet Noah is on our side. I think that Prophet Noah guy is dead. Okay, I think I explored everything on this floor. And I've completed a quest here. Oh my god, game. Okay, yeah. There are exits on the Judgment Cliff side and the Grand Plain side. The Grand Plain exit is at a different elevation, so the exit's on the first floor. I just don't understand those Raynor guides. How can they not see the glory and majesty of the Prophet Noah? I've only just recently become a soldier, but I'm definitely going to make a name for myself. I'm not afraid of those Graynor bastards. Honestly, I feel sorry for people without the light of Prophet Noah in their lives. I guess there won't be any traps here anymore, right? All this stuff cluttering up the walkway is really dangerous. I've been sitting here forever and nobody wants to move it. If I have to fight here, and we're tripping over this stuff, this is just a tragedy waiting to happen. This exit leads to Grand Plain. I can let you go there, though, because we're about to begin the operation. I heard a rumor that Granorg was planning to ambush us. I reported it to Field Marshal Viola, just to be thorough. But since I didn't have any solid proof, she just told me to be on high alert. Westblade. Herbal tea. Finally I can break these bamboos or whatever. Ooh. Increases HP for him too. Grand Plain is beyond here. Until we completed the plans to advance into Grand Plain, I cannot let you through. What? What do I slash you, huh? Alright, where is she on the first floor? What is that silly meeting they have? What floor is this? I have a kid. He's so sweet, it's kind of a problem. He wouldn't stop crying when I had to go on duty. He wouldn't let go. It's kind of cute, but at the same time, I wish it toughened up a bit. How old is he? This room is where we all eat. I want to make sure that it's kept clean. If a unit is considerate towards each other, it builds teamwork and Kamara. Yeah, I can pronounce that. I tried it last night and I still can't do it. Alright. Welcome to the front line. As the representative of the soldiers here, I welcome you. Let us fight with all our might and skill to end this war as soon as possible. This is the common goal of every soldier here. That is why we fight. Hey Stock, our briefing's over. Field Marshal Beale has assigned us to a mission. Come with me. I'm about to inform the rest of the brigade. Do I have to? I'll go with you. Okay, let's go. Captain? Listen up, men. All 2 of you. Do we have any orders? Our army will begin advancing into Grand Plain tomorrow. However, Phase 1 is led by Field Marshal Viola. Only her unit will be on the offensive. We have been ordered to defend the fortress in her stead. So, we're just on guard duty? This is the front line. I don't want to hear that kind of talk. Ranrock is constantly looking for a way to take back the stronghold. And don't you forget that. Yes, sir. Please excuse my blunder. It'll obviously be tougher for the advance party, but our mission is just as important. That's right. I want everyone given it all you've got. I'll be reorganizing the squads, so stand by for further orders. Today we march toward the Diaz Knights, who have taken position in the Grand Plain. Advance party on me. Stay in formation. Time for us to get to work too. Can't let Ranrock see any openings to take the fort back. Yes, sir. Right. It's so frustrating to be stuck in here while our own men are out there fighting the war. Don't worry about that. It'll leave you weak when you need your strength the most. Yes, sir. You're right. Captain. Reports are coming in of a large number of injured troops returning here. What? Are things going poorly on the front line then? Field Marshal Viola seems to be having a difficult time dealing with High Colonel Diaz, sir. Ranrock is using explosives, and our side is sustaining heavy casualties. Explosives? That doesn't sound good. Sergeant Stock? Are Field Marshal Viola's troops capable of holding their ground on the battlefield? It would be possible to send her reinforcements from here, wouldn't it? I have to think about this one carefully. I think if I send reinforcements, it's going to lead to game over again. Yeah, let's try that. Should I send soldiers from the Sand Fortress to assist Field Marshal Viola? Raj, why don't we send a unit out as reinforcement? Sergeant? I understand the sentiment, but wouldn't the defenses here suffer if we did that? We can divide the brigade in two. I'll head the backup unit when you hold this position. We don't have time to ponder it, do we? Well, if you think that's the best, I'll go with it. Let's do as Stock says. We'll divide the brigade in two. We've got to hurry, or it's useless. The Raj Brigade sent a portion of its men to assist Field Marshal Viola's troops. The detachment led by Stock flanked High Colonel Diaz with a brilliant tactical ambush. Shocked, High Colonel Diaz had no choice but to sound his retreat, but the trap he had set was already in motion. Ranrock was also using a detachment force to reclaim the Sand Fortress. Raj fought bravely with his limited numbers, but he was quickly overpowered. The Alistel army was left stranded in Ranrock territory. Front of Despair. The end. You return stock. It's hard to say whether Granork or Alistel is the stronger of the two nations, but it seems that this time, fortune favored Granork. Granork has become fully aware of Alistel's strategy. You will have to work twice as hard to stay ahead of the curve. I apologize that my advice is so cryptic, but please know that we are on your side. Alright, where did I die? This one? Valkyrie? This is where I died. Wait, I haven't been here. The food he makes is really great. That's why I can't help but sneak a few nibbles before he serves dinner. I love cooking, so naturally I'm the mess chef here. I wonder what I should make today. Pizza. Dude, really? Where's the... Is it here? Yeah. I don't remember this voice. Prioritize the mission. Should I have faith in Field Marshal Viola and concentrate on defending the Sand Fortress? Yes. Captain, shouldn't we join the battle as reinforcements? No, we can't do that. The losing battle isn't won by throwing manpower at it. Besides, if Field Marshal Viola is in danger, she'd be prudent enough to contact us. We need to stay the course and prioritize defending the Sand Fortress. Sebastian's pretty calm about all this. He probably knows what the best course of action is without having to hear me say it. Then it's settled. We should make our rounds to keep the pen alert. Stuck. You know this too? Yeah, let's follow him. Captain, we're going after that renegade soldier. Hey. That wasn't one of my men. And the advance party should be well north of here, in the Grand Plain. That means... Kill, come on. We need to join the pursuit. Understood. I want this entire floor on lockdown. Tighten the security. We're going after them. I don't like how this looks. We're in command here, soldier. Sir, yes, sir. stock. We lost him. Seriously. He was going as fast as his legs could carry him. We were right behind you, so there's no way he double backed into the fortress. What the? Captain? What happened? Enemy attack, sir. The fortress is breached. They must have advanced in dead of night. We estimate that they're about 300 strong. And the Diaz Knights in the Grand Plain were a decoy? What was that noise though? Enemy spies set a bomb, sir. They're using the chaos to pour into the fortress. Damn it. Set up the main defenses in the center of the fortress. Try to hold the north end where they're strongest. Then deal with the ones inside. Stairs are blocked. According to reports, there were 5 explosions. That means the upper floors might... Damn it. They must have known Field Marshal Viola would be heading to the front. Viola and her men are probably in danger too. What? Then at this rate, our army will... It's faint, but I sense black energy here as well. The explosives set up inside the fortress were probably the cause. If only they could be removed. But the explosives have been made invisible by the black energy. Invisible explosives. What a pain in the ass. I'm reminded of a skill that satyrs have that can heighten their senses to see the unseen. I don't know how widely they practice it, but it seems like it might help here. Satyrs, huh? Well, we should be heading back. Those traveling entertainers were satyrs. Maybe I could learn something from them. Let me save. Not sure why I feel tired today. I must protect the fortress, but I can't even communicate with the upper floors like this. Why not? Oh. What? What happened there? Oh my god, that heals like a... awful. I didn't know. You. All right. 10 hours. Why can't I get my hands on the Black Chronicle? Oh yeah, I got that in my party. Let's see how she does. Guess I'm still hurt, right? Ooh, 10 hours even. Yeah, I am. I couldn't go and heal up. Stop right there. Let's see your passes. Will this suffice? Traveling performers, huh? Alright, move along. Most gracious of you. Come everyone, let us be going. Hold it right there. Is something amiss? Are you with the troop? Yes, they are. I didn't ask you. Answer my question, or none of you pass. Indeed, sir. We're new members. 1,000 pardons for not introducing ourselves. Stock? I had no idea he could be so obsequious. You're the only humans in the act. Yes, sir. You are correct. Hanging their stock. As I was about to explain, they've only recently joined our troop. I said I didn't ask you. Recently, huh? Are you really a performer? Alright, prove it to me. Show us your act, and we'll let you pass. My act? One moment, sirs. What's he gonna do? I didn't expect them to be this cautious. Or did they never plan to let anyone through? There's no time to lose. Should I draw my sword? I have to think about this one carefully. Force your way through? No, abandon the idea. What to do? There's no time and I don't see another way. Wait, there is an act I can perform. That sword dance skill taught me, I'll try that. I am trained, sir, as a sword dancer, so I might ask you to stand over here? Why? What are you gonna do? Sir, it's dangerous to move during this act. Back. I'm not cut? Wow. I see. Very impressive. Okay, move along, all of you. Thank you, sirs. Use us. Did you see the look on that soldier's face? I nearly burst out laughing. You're full of surprises, Stock. I didn't know you had such hidden talents. Truly, it was a remarkable display of swordsmanship. Should you ever find yourself in need of employment, please consider joining our troop. Yeah. Then again, I can't imagine one so skilled having any difficulty finding work. Now then, we should be going. We aim to head west a little towards an open area we always use for camping. Would you consider staying the night with us? We have superb tents. You'll sleep in perfect comfort. Why not, Stock? The job doesn't begin until tomorrow anyway. Sounds good. I'm sorry if it puts you out, but we'll stay. Alright. I am more intrigued with this storyline than the other storyline. Even though it's just the same thing, just kind of different point of view. And she's useless. Oh my goodness. What am I doing? This has been like one of the toughest battles, but I did mismanage a lot of it. Also, she doesn't really have any attack power. What level is she? I think I was maybe supposed to like put the trap down and push them right or left and grapple them onto the trap. Alright, I'm gonna need some practicing with her group. Northeast. Cornet Village. Or Cornet. That's not the way. Oh man. I knew that. Oh, she's on level 16. Oh. Right, let's try it. Oh, wait a minute. That's not her. No. Oh, it can only be used. Oh. Okay. It didn't go as well as I planned it. Let's see. That. No, this. Yeah. Maybe. I can only. Oh, wait, this one. And. Right. A lot of damage. Groundwork. Isn't that the right way? Won't you say that? What else can I blow up here? Oh shit. Push them right and grapple. Nice. I had a map, but I'm not exactly sure if I'm going the right way. What is square? I mean, they did say go west. Oh shit. Didn't mean to run away that far. How could I use the trap here? She can't push, so it's not gonna help me. I can only do 2 then. Straight bomb. Why do they take so many turns? Maybe they have a higher speed. Oh, there we go. Holy water. Oh shit. Gotta heal. Can she heal? She can heal. Find a place to camp with Vanos and his troop. Get them chickens out here. And he still lived. I can auto attack this end. So is this just a... It is a dead end. Oh shit. I'm not ready. Hey, there's a way down here. Hey, trigger. Anti-poison, nice. Okay. Somebody had too much fun with that area. We arrived, everyone. We're here. Hey, keep running around like that and you'll fall flat. You'll fall and hurt yourself. I'll be okay. Oh, she's a spunky kid. Please, and I shall prepare the tent. Would you mind hunting up something for our dinner? We'll need firewood as well, if you please. Let's go on scavenger hunt. Sure. How much do you need? Oh, about 5 should do. 5 good pieces of firewood, alright. We'll be back soon. At. Stay out of their way, okay? I will. Let's go stock. Collecting wood. I'm sure that 5 dry branches will be enough. Well, we're counting on you. We'll set up the tent in the meantime. Wait. She's sleeping? Such a spunky little girl. I'm sorry. I know she can be a handful, but please look after her out. What does wood look like? This place is bigger than I thought it'd be. Where do we start looking? I'll show you. Stop. Can you come see a second? You received the power of Manasight. Manasight is the ability to sense that which cannot be seen with the naked eye. By detecting faint changes in the flow of mana, you can find hidden items. Be careful, however. You must be very close to hidden items in order to find them. Can you see anything? Yeah, I can see dead people. I can see a white light. I knew it. You know, I've heard of this. Beast kind supposedly have strange powers that humans don't. Huh? Really? Yep. Stack should be able to see little tiny moments in mana now. That's amazing. Would I learn to do it too? I don't think so. What? Why not? My grandpa said you need a special gift to be able to do this. I could tell that Stock has a special gift. I see. How disappointing. But your grandfather sounds like a very wise man. Okay, Stock. We gotta find more of these. Alright. I just need to look around using this power, right? Did they say how I use it? Oh, I just woke. Okay. I don't think there are any more around here. So it seems. Let's look elsewhere then. Oh, I was about to say just one. How could I get 3 of them on one path? 1, 2. Turn 1, turn 2, 3. Oh wait. Turn 3 would be here. Lot of mana. Might be a problem actually now. Yep. Make it a world map so I can point to an end. Oh crap. She said there's nothing here. Does she mean this place or... Why does she have 3 turns? Ouch. Oh, that was her turn, damn it. It's still alive? No. Press button button. Like a man sucks. Well. There are big areas to explore for a freaking twig that I can't even see. Crap. I think that trap went up on the second one that I pulled in. Yeah. Looking for a heal something. Not great or a heal. Here, Twiggy, Twiggy, Twiggy. Seriously, how am I supposed to find it? Just a shortcut. No twig here. Can't even go back. Ah, crap. Wow, what's up with this boulder? That's terrible. Can't even do anything. That's it on auto, I can't do much. You live. Or someone live. Oh, I thought it was enemy for a second. When does he use one of those pistols or whatever they gave me. This grave looks very old. The grave? I thought it was a stick I'm looking for. Yay for invisible objects. Ah. I don't want to fight anymore. I don't have any mana. Go away. Oh shit. Bad. Like, what is this order to? Did she just put a trap? Like, no, she can't do it. I can't even do reckless or the other guy. That poison is really powerful. What can I do here? Just go in. Right, push him to the left. And tackle this guy. Wait, what? It's triggered once somebody steps on it. Ice trap. How about you learn how to push? Alright, let me do some items. No way. I've been here already, though. I would think there would be some around here. Wait, oh, that's them. I don't like this. No, goddamn. And yogurt. Can I change the order of spells? Alright, let's see. Let's shape. Oh, hold on. Let me see. Oh, I think I know. Push him here. Actually, put a bomb right here, and you push them into it. There we go. Raider heal. Alright, it would be great if I could find the stupid wood. Oh. I don't think there are any more around here. So it seems. Are you serious? Oh. Go towards the south hill. The south hill? I have a secret place there. Is that so? Alright, let's go. Is that South Hill North? Are you telling me I couldn't find sticks here before finding 3 of them? Yep, that should do it. What a nice view. I can see a wasteland out there. Wow, pretty huge. I could swear there was more greenery when I saw this place last year. I hear that a lot. People say the plant life is receding year after year. Alistal's in the same situation as Granark when it comes to needing fertile land. Prophet Noah says that the desertification is because of Queen Protea's army. He says the land goes bad when a ruler with an impure heart rules over it. Yes, I've heard that too though. It was from his mouthpiece, General Hugo. The slow drying up of livable land has everyone scared. Wow, such a big piggy. Wait, get back. That's a boar. It's dangerous. Too late. So, is this game set in Old Sahara? So I got 2 of these. How would I do this? How could I put a trap? I don't think they can be moved though, those mushrooms. I don't know. But he's taking up so much space. Well, I'll try it. If anything, the board will still get damaged. Oh wait, you know what? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Oh, yeah, I guess, yeah, push. Left, and let's see if this is going to work. It didn't work. Oh, she's gotta go last. You push and bomb. There we go. Good thing I healed. That was a lot of damage. I think, and they'll live. First aid kit. What does it do? Does it lower my rank? Obtained. Fresh meat. That was a really big piggy. You guys are so strong. When I grow up, I want to be as strong as Stuck and his friends. Rainy, why don't you take it from here? Huh? Sure, fine with me. But aren't you being a little cold, Stuck? Look, Ott, we're gonna stuff ourselves silly tonight. Yay! I bet everyone's hungry back at the camp. Oh man, I was about to rejoice that I get teleported. But no. Another one here though. There was. Oh. Right into it. I can't. I was hoping to get more than just these two. I did it wrong anyway. And I didn't heal to the reverse battle. Of course. Alright, this one should work better. Put a trap there. Right assault and right assault. So many save points. Oh, there was an enemy. Oh, just let's save anyway. Ah, I see you collected the firewood. Thank you. Let's rest for the day then. Welcome back. There you go. And then over with our branch. X5 and fresh meat. My, it looks like we'll be having quite a feast this night. You seem to have been after some big game. Wasn't it dangerous for you to hunt? Don't worry about it, it wasn't much. Hey, mind if I pitch in on the cooking? Not at all. We'd welcome your help. And then, Stuck was like, yes, why don't we chat after dinner's ready, huh? Okay. See? That's why Stuck's awesome. I'm surprised you dealt so easily with such a vicious beast. And that's after you saved us too. You must be pretty strong. Hey Stuck. I guess it's goodbye when we get to the city. True enough. I know. I'll give you a goodbye present. Obtained white page. What's this? It seems very old. It is. It's a book from a really old book. Wait. It's a page from a really old book. They say if you hold on to it, God will protect you. Impressive. You sure? Uh-huh. I want you to have it stock. Besides, only you can meet God anyways. God? Also, no, never mind. Is something wrong? Ah, that's... Acht gave it to me. Is it special somehow? Acht did that? I see. Please look after it closely for her. Yeah, I will. Excuse me. Well then, I'd say it's time we got some rest. Hello, Moist. How you doing? If I ever play Pokemon, it's gonna be the last stream. Morning, Stock. Good morning, everyone. Renner likes just ahead. Lise and I will pack up the tents before heading down. Why don't the rest of you go on ahead? Yeah, I wanna go with Stock. But don't cause any trouble, you hear? I won't. Renner's north of here, right? Indeed it is. It shouldn't be long before you arrive. Have a safe journey. How's your day, Moist? Was it a good one? What? 39 months. That's longer than a week, right? Something like that. It was pretty good. Except for the part when the comic store stole my money. Days, nice. And they gave me some funny books for children. But yeah, I need to go there sooner than I did. Alright, let me think here. How could I get 3 of them on fire? I don't think that's possible. Let's say I would grapple him. That's one move. Now one move is putting trap with. 2, 3. Yeah, so... This sucks. I would need 5 turns. I don't think I can put anything here because this guy is already occupying the place. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Then get him to the right. Children. Yeah, some guy in cobwebs or something. Oh, that's not what I meant. But yeah, again, thank you for the sub. Did you buy anything on your Steam sale? Not yet. I actually did get something, and a minute later I asked for a refund. I'm like, I'm not playing Played Up. Look, is that? Too late. He's already gone. From the looks of the wounds, he ran afoul of a beast of some kind rather than bandits. Man, that sucks. Before the war, there were many more Greynork soldiers stationed around here. Their job was to protect the merchants who used this road. But now, they are all reassigned to the battlefield. Things are bad in Alistel, but Greynork isn't having an easy time of it either. You can say that again. Between Hugo and Protea, why isn't there a single decent ruler around? General Hugo's not a king though. He's only a mouthpiece for the Prophet Noah's proclamations. Doesn't matter. Hugo's still the one making things worse. It's all Prophet this and Prophet that, but who knows what he's really thinking. Well, I'll at least agree that General Hugo is a little creepy. And speaking of the Prophet, has he shown himself even once these past few years? He's leaving everything in Hugo's hands and Hugo's milking it for all he's worth. Rainy, I think you've said enough. Oh, right. Sorry. It's okay. Don't be scared. I'll tell you where you should go. What was that? What? I sent him away. You sent him? What are you talking about? I have to take people who are done on Earth to heavens. It's my job. Your job? I've heard of this. Satyros shamans are holy ones who watch over the souls of all. They're central to the Satyros way of life. You're a shaman, then. What? Shaman? I don't know. Wow. It looks like she doesn't really realize what she did. That was... Who's that? That power just now. I could swear that... Milady? We don't hurry? Of course. Thank you, Marie. But that's the princess of Queen Protea. There they go. I wonder what that was about. Well, whatever. Let's hurry on ahead. You misspell ducks? No, I was buying the rest of the Kingdom Rush games that I didn't have. But when I did search, you know, it gives you the small list of games. I accidentally clicked on the one I didn't want to buy, which is called like Legends of Kingdom Rush. It's a different kind of game. I had to tell them, please, give me my money back. I purchased the wrong game. Blasted duck. Something tells me that exists. How much are those DLCs for that game? Did I save? I think I did save. Is that a white page you hold? You can unlock new powers by using those. Why not do it now? Unseal the power of Mana Burst. Mana Burst can be used when the mana gauge is full. You can fill the mana gauge by attacking, but it will fill faster by performing combos. When you use a Mana Burst, the mana gauge will reset to 0. Mana Burst is a means to release your pent-up inner strength. The power just unsealed is the most basic Mana Burst called Turn Break. Use it to rob enemies of their opportunities to act. Those who travel with you can also use this power. The others too? I see. I'll give it a try. Now then, what will you do? That's not so bad, I suppose. I should have automation DLC. Oh, I just noticed that mana page. I guess it's like a limit break then, right? Alright, oh crap, this is not gonna work. He can't push to the left. Damn it. Wait. I can actually do this. Aha. Good job. Forget that I can swap from whatever position. Ranwork. The storied kingdom of Granork at last. The agent's here, right? Yes, at least he should be. Come on, guys. Hurry up. Good old Ott. Let's hurry inside. I heard this was a nation proud of its tradition. Somehow... Excuse me. But somehow I thought it'd be cleaner. Thank Queen Protea. Probably her tyranny that's left the country in such a mess. I feel sorry for the people here. And this is the state of their nation's in. I'm kidding. We'll talk later. Right now, we need to meet the agent and get our mission details from him. Let's go. Why did the music get louder in here? What are you looking at? You trying to get arrested? You're armed. You must be a wanderer. But if you're smart, you'll keep it sheet. I wouldn't hesitate to throw you in jail if you give me even the slightest reason. I'm fixing the city gate as punishment for my disobedience to the queen. But the soldier break the parts I fix, so it never ends. Gotta please the queen, man. The soldiers of this country do nothing but laugh at us. They think we're trash. Daddy, I'm hungry. I want to go home. I'm sorry, son. We can't go home for a little while. And that Protea, our lives are in ruins because of her. One of these days I'm going to give them what's coming to them. Hot, stuck, please wait. Why so shy, Ott? Is it because Stark's with us? No, Well, Stark, it looks like we part ways here. Perhaps we'll meet again someday, if fate permits it. Perhaps. We'll be working the city for a while, so drop by sometime. For you, free admission. Alright? Ott, isn't there something you want to say? What's the matter? I don't want to say goodbye to Stark. Stark has a job to do. That's why he came here. You shouldn't disturb him. Besides, we'll be in the same city for a while. We'll see him again. No, it's not that. Ott? Oh, child. What are we gonna do with you? My apologies, Stark. She'll be alright. Don't worry about her. We'll be on our way now. Good luck to you all. Yeah, same to you. Well, now that we're on our own again, let's get back to the mission. The agent's supposed to be at the square in the commercial district, which is toward the castle on this map, and then east, I think. Let's go. I hope she didn't take all my stuff. Oh my, what? She did take my stuff. Oh, dang it. I don't even remember what it was. Did you kill it when you were home? Damn it. How can she do this? Queen Protea is a demon. The reign of the late King Victor wasn't so great, but there weren't dead bodies littering the alleys either. We won't last long until this... we won't last long at this rate. I'll have to leave the country. Dang it. Starting to yawn all of a sudden. Pestering citizens is getting boring. Pestering or protecting? Yeah, pestering citizens. I wish my shift would end early so I could get to the tavern. In this country, the law of Her Royal Highness the Queen is absolute. Keep a low profile or risk being singled out. In this country, I heard someone else was captured. Why do they treat their citizens so poorly? Those damn dogs of the Queen don't know their place. I wish I could join the resistance too. I haven't heard much about anything going on these days. The Queen is being very cautious. I don't... What's a mana crystal again? Oh, that's what it is. 5,000. It's a lot of money. Welcome to Granork. Isn't it a beautiful city? Although its beauty only runs skin deep, the people are oppressed by the Queen. You're near the city's downtown, where there's an inn you travelers might find useful. Oh, and there's a tavern toward the back, but I can't recommend it to foreigners. Resistance member sighting must be reported to the Granork army. Further down this road you'll find the commercial district. The rank and file aren't allowed in, but travelers from the outside are free to browse. It's not like the peasants could afford anything there anyway. There. It looks like it may be the Elistinian agent. Guess I should go find out. I heard a lot of places across the world are turning into sand. I wonder if this place will turn into sand someday too. Most likely. Bank. Let me in. I heard that that guy was captured inside a palace. I wonder how he got in. Also, why would he try and do something so stupid? What you see here is the public I can't read today. What you see here is the public beating of a traitor. Oh, are you a traveler? You probably shouldn't be seeing this then. When these resistant bandits strike, they strike against the public, and the public wants them brought to swift, painful justice. The public agrees that rebels undermine the strength of all of us. The public agrees that acts of sedition and treason must be not tolerated. This country has an underground movement opposing the Queen called the Resistance. That person they captured is probably one of them. They say this is all for the good of the people, but these are transparent lies. A morally bankrupt monarch can only bring about a bankrupt monarchy. This country is circling the drain. It's over. There's no hope. But someone has to do something. So they don't publicly beating him, they'll publicly execute him. That's what's happened to this country. There's no way the last king would have done this. I wish we could throw a tomato at least. You are in downtown area. There are lodgings for travelers here. It's just up the north stairs if you need to make use of them. Granork has so many enemies. It's not just Alistel, Cygnus as well. Cygnus is a desert nation on the on the southern part of the continent. It's supposed to be neutral nation, but Granork is souring relations with them. Just got married. Everyone wonder how we could get married in a time like this. I think when times are rough like this, you have to make your own happiness. We're not stupid though. Now is definitely not the time for a honeymoon. I know we're currently at war, but even so, I just married my girlfriend. Times are tough, but both of us are happy, so I think it was the right decision. But if the war could end sometime soon, that would be great. Cornet Village is a small village east of here. Their food is very good. We import food from them daily, but it's always sold out by the time I get here. Oh, stop sleeping in. Welcome, welcome. This is fresh produce. This fresh produce is straight from Cornet Village. Do you have any produce from Cornet Village? For instance, coconuts? Yes, actually. This is the last one in stock. I don't want the seed. I just want information on how to grow them. Oh, I'm sorry, but I don't know. You'll have to go to Cornet Village and ask someone there. Cornet Village. Oh man, I thought I was completing a quest. It's not here either. Excuse me, are you a traveler? My name is Hillstar. I'm an inspiring chef, but I need your help with something. Would you mind listening to my request? Sure. My father, the court chef, is going to taste my cooking. I'm trying to become the finest chef in the world. If I can impress my father, I'm hopeless. So I decided to complete the ultimate dish, one my father said was impossible to perfect. If I can actually make this dish, there's no way he wouldn't be impressed. A giant boar steak, sauteed in cornet-style sauce. This is the impossible dish. I was wondering if you could gather the ingredients to make it for me. Why don't you ask the vendor? Wouldn't it be quicker? Unfortunately, I don't think I could get a vendor to source the ingredients now. The boar meat I need is in Lasville Hills, and the vegetables are only sold in Cornet Village. I see. The vendors can't get those items for you due to war. Yeah. The ingredients are basically separated by two armies at this point. Since Cornet Village is in Granork controlled territory, I was able to get some vegetables, but I need someone to get me the boar steak at the very least. Sure. Thank you so much. I'll research the secrets to this dish and conquer it. Alright, doctor, let me talk to you. What about some world famous Cornet Village bread? It's freshly baked using organic ingredients. I hear the desertification is getting worse, but the court isn't lifting a finger to help. Doesn't Queen Protea understand how serious this is? Hey, have you heard of the desert crows? They are the biggest thieves of the century. I'm going to write them a letter and ask to be their apprentice. Then I'll rob that evil Queen Protea and give the people here all the treasure. Nice. Can I get a treasure too? Hey you look tired. Why don't you rest at my place? I'll give you lots of extra amenities. Great service. The fluffiest beds possible and great prices. Probably too expensive. Did you see the girl outside? She's the innkeeper's only daughter. I'm impressed that she's bringing in guests at such a young age. Welcome. If you like the rest, it'll cost 50 gold. Oh, that's not so bad. Please enjoy your stay. I was expecting like 250. What a pretty city this is. It's not bad. Oh, chest. It didn't have epic loot. There's a tavern right there. Unfortunately, I'm working right now, so I can't pop over for a drink. What kind of job? Oh, I'm a lookout. We've been hearing rumors that the resistance is operating in this area. It's probably false. Yeah, the resistance is on the other side. That man in the back seems like he's had too much to drink. Is he going to be alright? What do you want? This ain't a show. Get out of here. Nothing smells rank. What is that? Ew. I think I just found a chamber pot. Or Ali pot. What shapes the future? Triangle? You don't know? Well, never mind then. By the way, do you know? There's a great martial artist who's mastered all the skills on this entire continent, and now his disciple. Isn't that great? The political situation in this country is a mess. It's practically irreparable. What on earth is Queen Protea doing in the castle? Maybe Queen Protea isn't actually doing anything at all. That would explain why the country is in such a poor shape right now. This is just between us, but I hear that Queen Protea is extremely lazy. She leaves all the politics to Count Selvin and the court knight, Diaz. Another popular theory is that she simply lacks the brains for politics. Apes. There's a soldier over there. Who knows what would happen to me if they heard me saying this? There are rumors that Count Selvin's troops are en route to Alma Mine. The division carries out a lot of secret missions, so you don't even know what they're doing. But the Count is known for being a tactical genius. It's probably some kind of tide-turning move. Welcome, please stay and relax. I can't have a beer? Am I too young to have a beer? What about milk? Hard milk. Or chocolate milk on ice. Did I talk to this person? Oh yeah, I did. The citizens of Alistel all believe in the teaching of Noah. What kind of sermons could unite an entire nation? How did Noah's sermons unite an entire nation? When I grow up, I'm going to be a soldier who beats up people from Alistel. I'll beat up Noah too. He's their leader. Damn, what a mean kid. Alistel is a bad country, so you be careful too. Oh, that's probably the person I'm looking for. I didn't even see him. I hear that our enemy Alistel uses Thelmatech to make their lives easier. I bet life is so much more convenient over there. What am I saying? I can be jealous of our enemy. If the soldiers found out, who knows what would happen to me. Treasure. Night herbs. Are you swordsman? Then I'd recommend that weapon shop over there. They have a lot of high quality arms, so I'm sure you'll find something you fancy. Of course, quality always comes with a price. Welcome. Yeah, I'm still mad that she left with my stuff. Can't even replace it. Did I not equip one of them? Heavy mail, heavy mail. Oh, it is. I had one heavy mail. Oh my god, I must have had one heavy mail. Okay, whatever. I guess I'll put the bone stouts on her. Better than nothing. Capital punishment awaits all who oppose Queen Protea. Of course, there are ways to turn the tables. There's nothing money can't buy after all. Nothing else here. Here we go. Item shop. Oh, Princess Eruka's ring? A replica? Yes, it's quite popular. I'm afraid that we're sold out, and I don't know when we'll get more in stock. What just happened? Oh right, there was someone who wanted a ring. The kids. I remember now. What is this? 50 health. One of the soldiers came in and just took things without paying, like he owned the place. This country is going more and more downhill ever since that damned queen took the throne. Queen Neen? Kept you waiting, huh? You three must have been sent by Heis. That's right. You're the agent. That's me. I'll give you the short version. Princess Eruka is next in line for the Granork throne. You're to assassinate her. Assassinate Princess Eruka, not Queen Protea? Use whatever means you deem necessary. It's entirely at your discretion. From here forward, there'll be no support from us. I'm leaving the country right away myself. That's all. Best of luck. We're assassinating the princess? By any means necessary, huh? I had a feeling this would be a really important mission, but an assassination? Welcome back, Stock. You've safely reached Granork, but you've been entrusted with a grave task. Only remember this. You are the one who decides what to do from here, Stock. Let us now add a new chapter to the White Chronicle. I guess I hit continue. Standard History Chapter 2, Kingship. So, we're supposed to assassinate Princess Eruka, huh? That's the mission. So, that's what we're going to do. What do we know about her? I've heard she's quite a lady, with beautiful golden tresses. Why do you think she's the Mark and not Queen Protea? Good point. Protea holds all the power, real power in Granork. If the goal is to throw the country into chaos, she'd be a prime target. Hey, did you hear that the princess may be involved with the resistance? Shh, what if the soldiers hear you talking like that? Never mind the soldiers. Did you guys catch that? Aha. I think this thing is starting to make sense. Assuming that's true, then this could be quite a scandal in the making. It seems there's more to this than meets the eye. Regardless, our first objective should be to secure a route into the castle. Let's gather some intel first. That AMD? Halt, you there. What do you want? No, it's nothing. Did you have something to say to me? Yes. What is your relationship to her? What? I don't understand. Don't play dumb. I know you entered the city with her. Do you mean Ott? No, Ott is just a little girl. I'm talking about Lissy. I met them along my travels, that's all. Oh, I see. Hey, could you do me a favor? Can you bring Lissy to me? I want to talk to her one more time, so please, bring her here. What should I do? Refuse. Alright. I can do that for you. Oh, thank you. Not a little girl. The big one. I don't even know where they went. Hey, that boy wasn't here before. I came to play with her, but she said she can't because she's working. Psst. Working is for grown-ups. But I hear there are a lot of grown-ups who aren't working these days. They say it's all Queen Protea's fault. No, this is garbage. I can't get the right green with this paint. It has to be that pigment. It must be. Something wrong? Who are you? Actually, never mind that. I just need help. A miracle, actually. My name is Kaizan. I'm an experienced traveling artist. I've almost finished my new work, but the finishing touches aren't right. This will be my masterwork if I can finish it the way I want, but I've run into an impasse that may force this work to remain incomplete. I need green paint. I'm all out of green. I need a crisp, beautiful green, and I can finish this piece with anything less than that. I understand your request. Judging by the way you were acting earlier, paint must be hard to come by. That's the problem. It's basically impossible to get. The green I need comes from shaving down an ore called almacalite. The only one artisan knew the precise proportions to make the perfect green. But he died in an accident at Alma Mine. He loved Grand Plains, so I wanted this painting to be tribute to him. And if you don't have that paint, this just won't be a fitting tribute. I'll do my best. Thank you. I don't know how you'll be able to do it, but I have faith in you. In the other timeline, Alistal conquered Alma Mine very early. Maybe the artisan's life turned out differently in that world. One and only quest. Just use blue, man. Or is it cheaper? Or the puzzle deals. Why did I miss that other message? I only saw the duck message, but you sent a new one. Just now. Weird. I'm sorry, were you practicing? I have something that I needed to tell you. That's fine. What did you want to discuss? The gatekeeper asked me to bring you to him. Oh no, him again? Did something happen between you two? There was something, but maybe it was actually nothing. In short, we love each other. That's our relationship. I gathered that. What I don't understand is why don't you go to see him? Humans and beast kind can't be together. Our cultures, our ways of thinking are too different. So I shouldn't allow myself to get any closer to him. It'll just end in heartbreak. Honestly, if it wasn't for my job, I wouldn't have come here. I'm sorry, but could you go say no for me? Alright. What am I, a mailman? Oh my god. Hey, where's Lizzie? I told her what you wanted, but she said she can't do that. I knew it. I thought she might say yes if a traveling companion asked her. Think so. I'll think of another way. I won't give up on her. Maybe you guys could move to Cornet. It's save. It was just by the save. Hey, weren't those two? Yeah, they look like those bandits. We took them earlier. Desert crows or something like that, wasn't it? Huh. They gave us the slip. They go. People who drink too much at this tavern usually end up in this back alley. But I see sober people there sometimes too. I wonder what they're doing there. Ink. Oh. I heard Sylvan's troops were defeated at Alma Mine. What's shocking about that is they were defeated by a brigade of green Alastinians. I think that brigade's captain is named Raj. He's a tough one. Welcome. Don't think I've seen your faces before. What do you mean? I already talked to you. Welcome. I don't think I've seen your faces before. Come to think of it, you guys weren't the ones making all that racket out back, were you? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. There's something back there? Not really. Just some stacks of old boxes and barrels. But if it wasn't you guys, don't worry about it. And those things are stacked very high, so keep clear of them, alright? We aren't responsible for any accidents. Hey barkeep, could I bother you for a sec? Don't you think it kinda smells in here lately? Reminds me of a sewer. There's some kind of hole in the ground. Hey, this place ain't that run down. The smell of the underground waterway just drifts this way if the wind is right. Oh, I didn't know that things stretch all the way under here. I thought it only connected the palace to the city. Huh. It doesn't connect to the palace. What am I saying? Just forget I said anything. I've been drinking, see? And, well, I'm a drunken liar. You hear me? Please don't tell anyone you heard that from me. an underground waterway that may be useful. But where is the entrance? If you can smell it from here, it shouldn't be too far. Castle sewers. I like how the save point just shows up here. Save. Save before Moist sees you saving. Oh no, your iPad is dying. But good night, Moist. Again, thank you for your sub. I appreciate it. Hope you have a nice Thursday. Is Thursday tomorrow? Yeah. And have a good night. I think she likes that Santa slime or whatever. Christmas slime. Did this one? No. That's like the other timeline. Oh, here. Alright. I'll have to skip through all this again. Wait, do I go back from here? I think so. Yeah, there we go. Well, I'll head to Alistal as soon as I pick up then. Ooh, I'm all tingly now. Got some awesome pigment ores today. I'm done with my job, so it's relaxing time. Would you by chance be a pigment artisan? Indeed. I just completed the Great Green pigment today. But he wasn't involved in an accident in this timeline, as I thought. Excuse me. But do you think I could have some of that? Oh, You're a bit too late. I don't have any more. I sold it to Mr. Kaizan when he stopped by here. It's not like I can make it again. Oh, it's not like I can make it again either. I'd have to start by mining the ore again. And this is gonna be a battlefield soon. If you need some, go ask Mr. Kaizan for it. He's a traveling artist. I heard he's doing... Oh. I heard he's going to Alistal next. You should go see him there. But if you wait too long, we'll head off somewhere else. So don't waste time. Wouldn't that be it? Couldn't you just make it? Ooh, mana crystals. Make a save. Oh, I can use L. The beginning. Am I supposed to don't listen? Let me try don't listen. Oh, okay. I didn't know that thing also in this option now. Second floor? I don't know. More money, less problems. Rhapsody. Lady, let me bonk you. Fire Pact. Who are you? Actually, it doesn't matter. You're distracting me from my work. Could you please leave? An artist I know wants some green paint. Do you have any to spare? I see. So he knows about the Almacarite ore. He must be pretty good. But I don't have much of it myself. I can just give it away. Without it, I'll never complete my own work. I'm sorry for your artist friend. Tell him to give up. Wow. Best advice ever. Are those new chickens? Hey. Wait, can I just do this? Oh, I can do that. I think I took some damage, maybe. Why couldn't I see the freaking wood like this? Oh, I do take damage, okay. 100% sure. I think I'm overpowered for these. I'm just gonna auto battle. This is the board that Hellstar was talking about. Oh wait. We can magic this one. Dang. How can I just stop that? Alright, I'm gonna fill up that mana thingy. See if that's gonna help. I need to make combos, right? Did it move? It seemed like it moved in battle, but I guess it's just a little bit smaller on the other screen. A little bit too over level for this. Did he go last? I think so. It seems like the last person's getting most of the points. They still haven't picked that bridge? Oh no, no, no. No, no. It would be nice if they leveled in the process. I think they will. I wanted to get them close together. Ooh. Level 6. Almost full. Wait, Rush is with me? Anyway, distracted. I forgot that he was with me. Could you push? Yeah, I can do this. I'm gonna kill that thing though. Oh. Dude. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get them that level. So close. And this is where the boss. Yeah, I'm gonna save real quick. I think he's full on his. Might just auto attack these fights. One more battle. Here's like one more battle. Watch that. Okay. Rush. Oh, I don't know what rush does. Apparently I can't see their offensive spells or whatever in battle stuff. To hydrate for this. Not sure how this goes. I think I have to make him go first. Right. But still, do I need two of these? Actually, that might still work. I'll see. Oh, Metro. What am I looking for? Should he be... Didn't he get hit by Stampede once before and like that? Surprised I just got killed like that. Plan B. And the other one also. There's some fight, come on. Who wants to fight? Hit Marco's limit break. Oh, nice. Yeah, Dodo is going way of the dodo. Line number 3. All right. Over magic boost. Fire. 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 Let's try double slash. No, just attack. It's too many turns for him. Oh, I didn't notice. He could also fire. When did that happen? I might have maybe killed him last time. I could have magic boosted him too. Oh god. Yep, could have magic boosted him. I don't understand why he's killing me all of a sudden with that stampede. Because I could survive it. Now he just straight up kills me. Go, go, go. There we go. Just barely. Obtained savory boar meat. This meat is different. In any case, it's the boar meat I needed. I should get it to Hilster. Nice. More treasures. Superiority, what is that? Can be superior to tea. Ooh. 35 out of 236. That's like a fifth, right? I wish I could save at the inn also. Thank you very much. Come again. Let's see here. No. Well, were you able to get the paint? I see. I figured this is how it would end. I'm sorry that I sent you on a fool's errand. That settles it. Today is the day I hang up my brush. I'm retiring. This was to be my finest work and now I can't complete it. So I may as well give up. Here. You can have my last incomplete work as thanks for trying the impossible. It's unfinished, but it's all I have to offer. I'll take it. What? I can't read all of a sudden. I'll take it for the time being. I'll take Kaizan's work. Oh, here. Alright, this one will be... Can't be here. It's not in the beginning, is it? I think it was in the beginning. Well, I did save just in case. Just in case I messed up. No. I don't think this is it. Think of something else. Begin of the guy collecting those things. Well, I'll see. It might be here. Oh, is it here? You again. How many times you ask? I can spare that paint. Did you look at this painting? What is this? Huh? Who did this? It's wonderful. I could only aspire to reach this level of skill. This passion came through great sadness. The artist must have made great sacrifices. You can tell? What do you think I am? I am Kaizan. This painting seems to be missing a shade of green. Oh, I see. I understand now. Please give him this, and tell him to finish this masterpiece. Ah, that was the best work I've seen in quite a long time. It's motivated me to improve my own work as well. The irony, because it's him in the different timeline. Like, who did this? You did. I mean, the other you did. Who, me? Excuse me. Oh, it's you again. What is it? I found your pigment. I want to give you this back to you. After all, you need to finish it, don't you? Hand it over Kaizan's work. And great pigment. I can't believe it. You actually found it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please take this as a small token of my eternal gratitude. Firestar Pact. I must go now. I must finish my masterwork. You can now brag that you helped Kaizan finish his masterwork. I am so grateful. Again, thank you. Oops. Oh, is this the quest? Okay. I thought all the side quests showed up here, but I guess this is what they show up in the story. So you can find it better. I'm guessing I have two side quests here. No. That's okay. Let's move on. Alright, there should be something here. What is that smell? Look here, there's a hole underneath all these boxes. Looks more like an entrance to the underground waterway than a hole. Yeah, I don't think the average hole has a bladder. Oh, a ladder. Someone must have made it. I think it was those desert groves. It must lead to the palace. If it does, wouldn't it be dangerous? Maybe, but it's worth checking out. Let's head down. But it stinks. Oh, get down there, you sissy. Ah. What are those two doing? Can we really sneak into the palace from here, bro? Don't sweat it. The intel I got is legit. It'll lead us right into the palace's clink. But we've walked everywhere, and all we found are dead ends, bro. Oh no. We've gotta use our noggins. I wager there's a mechanism of some sort. What kind of mechanism? You saw that lever by the drawbridge, didn't you? Maybe jerry-rigged that somehow. Bro? What? You scared the daylights out of me and my partner. How long you been standing there? Long enough? Say, aren't you guys the bandits we ran across in Laswell Hills? Ah, you remember them. Name's Brown of the Desert Crows. I thought you guys were just grunts, but maybe we shared the old shadow trade after all. If so, too bad. The treasure's ours. That's right. We're going after Queen Protea's treasure. Whatever. We're not after that kind of stuff. We aren't going to stop you. You sure? Bro, you hear that noise? It's kind of eerie. You don't think there's ghosts down here, do you? Well, I did see the shadow of a little girl not too long ago. This ain't the time for jokes like that. Hey, you want my advice? Just leave. This plane ain't got nothing but dead ends. Come on, Hurt. Let's go, but put some elbow grease on that lever. Maybe it'll open a path. Strange guys aside, sounds like we found our way into the palace. Secret of the sewers have been added as a vent. I can't tell if those other guys are younger than these characters or about the same age. So hard to tell in these games. Everyone looks like they're 12. Not a bad XP. Oh my god. I hate being stuck on Pixel. Oh, excellent. Looks like some foot traffic opened up the passage proper. I almost forgot. That noise from before? Well, I just heard it again. All I'm saying is that we might not be alone down here. Just a bit of friendly advice. Watch your back. Oh. What? That was BS. Herbal tea. What does herbal tea do again? I haven't really been using much. Oh, 30 man, okay. Aha. I don't know, can they be moved? I'm not sure. I'm gonna try it. Give it a go. Push, push. Yeah, don't think so. But I wanted to try it. Oh, I lowered it on both sides? Oh, crap, I didn't see. Let me see. Push him and deal with them. Yeah, that's... Alright. Specialty. My specialty is my specialty. Okay, get speed, defense, magical defense. Better with metal rings. Who are you? My name is Claire. I was having an adventure in the waterway, but I got lost. Please, could you help me outside? If I help this girl get out of the waterway, I'll have to go back to the entrance. I'd have to put going to the palace on hold. Can I do that? I think so, right? Am I gonna get a freaking like a fail mission? Let's take her outside. Alright. I'll get you out of here. Yay, thank you. Wind element. Ooh. Left. Push. It's a nice battle. Run! Should have fought it. Ah, damn it. Lazy out of battle. Yay, we're outside. Ah yes, I should give this to you. Tiny small satchel. Holy water. What's in the bag? It's a secret. You can look at it later. Okay, thank you. Thanks for helping me. I hope we meet again. What do you mean? An unexpected setback. Now we've got to head for the palace. Ooh, you know what? Well, I already started saving, but I'm gonna go rest up. Hmm. I'm not sure if it's weak to fire, but all right. Go to sleep. Grapple. Excuse me. Ooh, nice. All right. Right. No, wait. Dang you. Not fair. There we go. Oh, save point. Didn't know that was right next. Oh, dang it. How did I miss it because it jumped up? Ooh, 2-minute crystals. I might use one. I haven't used one yet. Excuse me. Good hiccup. Oh wait, what are you doing? Push to the left. Push to the right. You can push. And you can fire. There we go. Mediclove, what is that? HP regen 1 ally. Is that a way to sort items? I think so. They might autos. Who is this rune claw for? Look at the damage. Oh, I wanted to heal up also. This dungeon is huge. Ooh, I'm outside. I think. Right on top of me. Fall asleep already. You just wouldn't want to fall asleep. Okay, left. Push. Fire. Fire. I think they might be weak to lightning. What? That didn't go the way I imagined. Was I off by one? No? I did left, right? That's just whatever. It's alright. $2,000 gold. Is there a treasure counter? Um, no wait. There we go. The levels used to be so uniform. Climbing up this way will lead us right into the palace's slammer. Ready? Righto, bro. Sounds like the palace should be up that way. So we're finally sneaking in. The moment of truth. I'm getting anxious. Try to stay calm. If you don't, you'll make careless mistakes. Just consider it another day on the job. You're right. You can always count on Stuck to keep his cool. Besides, those Crows guys don't seem to be taking it too seriously either. Yeah, those two might even be taking things a little too lightly. Hopefully they won't make any trouble for us up there. Alright, let's move. Okay, before I go, let me check what's right here. Oh, nothing. Go away, go away. Fine. What's all this? You will accept some business in the palace too? Well, I take it you're going up for an audience with Her Majesty. Not to worry, it's not my business. I'll leave it up to you and yours. Be seeing ya. Oh, wait. Next time I see ya, I'll be taking my revenge for last time. Fair warning. Right. Pardon us, gents. Hey bro, don't go leaving without me now. This is a weird slammer. It's empty. Considering the queen has a lot of enemies. I guess the death row is pretty fast in this place. Damn you. Get your grubby hands off of me. Shut up. How did you get in here anyway? Ah, they got caught. They just had to get in our way, didn't they? Now the soldiers will be on high alert. Right. Looks nearly impossible to get through undetected. Forcing our way through isn't exactly an option. Forcing our way in. That's never a good way to go. Even if the assassination succeeded, we'd never make it out alive. But can we really avoid casualties given our situation? I have to think about this one carefully. Yeah, I'll be the decoy. I act as a decoy while Rainey and Marco carry out the mission. Is that the best plan? Yep. I'll take point and break through the guards. Rainey and Marco use the distraction to get into the castle. Can't Stuck. That's suicide. You're going to try and take that many on by yourself? I'll go with you, maybe then. No, one decoy is enough. If I'm alone, I'll have a better chance of escaping the palace. Another person would just be a liability. But the assassination may be difficult even for two people as it is. That's why I'm entrusting it to you two. I'm counting on you. Ah, Stuck. Stuck chose to break through security alone. Acting as a decoy, the plan gave Rainey and Marco their chance to infiltrate the castle. Stuck performed admirably, and though he was heavily wounded, he managed to escape. But a few days later, he heard some unsettling news. Rainey and Marco were captured by Grenrock soldiers. They were charged with the assassination of the princess, but something was amiss. The day the princess died and the date They infiltrated the castle were different. What did it mean? Rhinemark citizens became enraged at the news of the assassination. The war intensifies. Fated assassination, and I'm guessing the queen killed her daughter in this one. They tortured them. You returned stock. I didn't think you'd be able to get through such tight security. You're a very talented secret agent, but your comrades got caught up in something big while you escaped. Were they really the ones who assassinated the princess? You have to keep them alive. Stay with them, Stock. If you're there, you can ensure that your entire team makes it out alive. Oh, well, never mind. That's the right way also. Actually, no. Let me save here. Oh, there's a... Oh, I can save here anyway at the moment. Stick to stealth. Come up with a way to reach the princess undetected. Is that the best course of action? It wouldn't be wise to stir up any trouble at this point. Let's pull back. We need to reassess our situation. Get them upstairs. Cross-reference them with that tip-off we got. Yes, sir. What should we do, Stock? The passage is crawling with guards, and we'll never get through unnoticed. It's faint, but I sense the Chronicle's energy here as well. And taking down those guards won't solve anything. Indeed, but it will be difficult to pass them without being discovered. Do you have any idea of how you will accomplish this? I do. Ice is the key. Single-handedly created peasant. His espionage skills are unparalleled. He taught me the basics after I transferred from the army, but just the basics. He may know a skill that would be useful at a time like this. Then again, I doubt he's just up. He'd just up and teach it to me. Isn't it normal for an employer to give their subordinates the skills they need to succeed? He's anything but a normal employer. The more you struggle, the more he wants you to test your own limits. That's the Heist I know. I see. Then he might teach you if you were not his subordinate. The other timeline. You're right. I left Heist in that history. If you cannot extract something from him due to your current relationship, alter the relationship and perhaps you will have the chance. True enough. I'll give it a try. If there's an opportunity to run into Heist in that timeline, it would be my chance. That's the spirit. You're growing quite accustomed to traversing history. Keep it up, Stock. Well then, until we meet again. I was like, who is this? Alright. Are we going to be stuck here? It'll be really tough to pass through when that many soldiers are here. There. We have to get through without being discovered by the soldiers. But that's the long way. What should we do? Alright. I have to go all the way. No. Emerald. Do I disarm it? We disarmed the bomb. There are 4 more bombs left to disarm. It this way. Oh, the door closed. Like, what? Why can't I move? Mana crystal. There's one more bomb left. Disarm the bomb. think all the bombs in the fort have been disarmed. Hopefully, it will cause some positive changes. Darchil scroll. More money. Less problems. Why can't I go up behind those things? Alright. Oh, did I save? Let's see. Do I sub him or her? I got rid of that one having my own. No, I still have it. What? Why do I have it? What else do I have? I don't have any weapons. Do I have a better sword? No. Well, no. Still mad that that little girl left with my stuff for her. Guess I could at least that on. I didn't know that they take the stuff when they leave. Damn, he's a low level. What can I do here? I don't know what was it? I think I overthought that. Well, let me auto battle this. Ooh, they oh, he got guarded up, that's why. It's alright, they don't do much damage. How much XP was that? Would they respawn if I leave? What? Let's try that. I don't know. I could just push them to the middle and he hits them all. Let me see. Rolling. Attack, I don't know. So oh, traps. Oh shit. Or two of them. Yeah. Two apple. One grapple. I think that's how it works. Is there another one below me? Oh. He doesn't have a push? Oh, this one does column. What? Oh my god, this guy is OP. Well, I still killed. Oh, there was another one, yeah. Let's make him do right. And you push to left. There we go. Any more of these in here? Gotta get them in a cross formation. Gonna miss out on one. Right? No. Oh, wait. I think that pushes them all the way to the edge. Oh, but I can't. Oh. I can move the cross. Okay. I push, grapple, and push this one. Oh, well, no, that didn't work at all the way I thought it would. I think. Oh, nice. I think this might be the last one I kill, unless I see one on my way back to save point. What am I doing? Oh, screw your heel. Made it. I'm gonna push him on that. So, does he have a left? He does have left. Double slash. I don't know, maybe do something. Oh, he survived, but I was about to say no more heal zone. Alright, oh shit. Can I rest up? Is it here? They're almost at a level. Let me get that. Left. Right. Actually, you in your heal zone. Good. He leveled up. Rain leveled up. I can get one more battle. I'd like to find where the bed was. But they do respawn. No. Oh shit. Ah. Oh, I didn't get surprise attack. I'm surprised. Resurrection, nice. Where was the bed? Oh, so good. thought the beds were up there. Maybe it's in the... Maybe it's on second floor. I'm gonna save anyway. It's not letting me rest a moment. Should be alright. That's all of them. Looks like we managed to drive them back. Not over yet. Damn it. They're persistent. We can't let any of them get into the fortress. Our situation must have reached Field Marshal Viola by now, so I'm sure she'll come back. We just have to hang in there a little while longer. Wow. Pays to have optimistic subordinates, but Kill's right. That wants the commander. That wants the commander. Take him down. And if I push, oh crap. Oh, change. He doesn't want to take any damage. They're still alive. Need to heal this turn. Gotta move that thing. Might actually one of these. Well, switch with him. Should have healed him a little bit. Can push. They have like a one strong attack. Don't really want that. Let's just do attack. Didn't kill him on yet. D. Guess I should have tried magic a long time ago. Could have been dead. I don't know. I keep forgetting that he had magic. I keep thinking that did Rainy? He's only the one with magic. Ah, Captain. The enemy is getting away. Our orders were to defend the fortress. We can't abandon our post. Look like we managed to defend the fortress. Now all we need is Viola's safe return. The enemy might still be nearby. Do not pursue if it means going too far out. Field Marshal Viola, you're safe. I should be asking you the same question. Are you alright? My subordinates helped us get through this. Good. You can tell me more once we get inside. I can only say that because of the success we owe to you and your men. You honor our country with your service. Now come. This can't be. How can not one bomb have gone off? We had the bomb set in place. I know it. Damn. The mission has failed. Sound a retreat. They're retreating. I prevented the explosions and got rid of the troops that got into the fortress. Hopefully we avoided the worst case scenario. Still, we can't relax yet. The moment I realized the troops in the Grand Plain were a decoy, I cursed my carelessness. But even amid such chaos, your men defended the fortress admirably. You are indeed the young lion of Alistel. I'm impressed. Your praise is an honor, but all I did was accomplish the mission. Diaz, the enemy knight commander, was on the front lines in the plain. But it seems that Count Selbon's troops were the ones given the covert sabotage operation. It was truly my mistake to have fallen for it. It's in the past. If there's a prize that needs only to be taken, you gain nothing by holding back. Had I been in your shoes, I would have marched to Diaz without a second thought. Had your brigade not arrived, this fortress would be theirs now. This must be the fruits of the Prophet Noah's guidance. To respond in kind, I will inform headquarters of this victory personally. Thank you very much, but, well, please don't go to any trouble to exaggerate the briefing. Indeed, the rumor mill can be truly dreadful. If a rumor were to put one of the dignitaries in a foul mood, no. That's not what I was implying. Don't worry, I understand. Now please take the rest of the day to recuperate. Starting tomorrow, I will need to rely on you yet again. Understood. You're free to go. Dismissed. I hope you'll reward the efforts of your subordinates. Yes, sir. Thank you for your consideration. If you'll excuse me... Ah, Captain, and Sergeant too. Look, Field Marshal Viola presented us with some vintage wine. Wow, the Field Marshal may act like a hardliner, but he's just a softy underneath. Well then, this calls for a toast to the young lions of Alistel. Oh, come on. Can you call it with the young lions thing? Sorry, but even Field Marshal Viola's troops have caught on. If Field Marshal Viola is the Valkyrie, then Captain Raj and Stock are the young lions. And for the record, I think it's very fitting. I'm just happy to fight under such amazing leadership. Young lions, huh? I think it's got a nice ring to it. Why can't you two just accept praise and move on? Doesn't it feel good every once in a while? It's thanks to you two that we survived the day. A toast to our captains. Okay. Just don't let it get out of hands, guys. A few days later. Everyone. What's the matter, Keel? Field Marshal Viola and the captain would like to have a word with you in the hall. Alright, I'll head right over. Ah, there you are. I know this is going to sound sudden, but I've been ordered to return to Alistel. Well, that is rather sudden, considering we were just sent here. Just you though, Captain? Yeah, looks that way. I reported your remarkable service in the fort's defense to headquarters the other day. It seems General Hugo is quite moved. My understanding is that they plan to celebrate your victory with some pomp and circumstance. But why single me out? The entire brigade performed admirably. And we never would have succeeded were it not for Stock. Rush. Yeah, what's up, Stock? Do you remember our conversation from the other day? Oh, that. Can't rule out the possibility that you were scheming something. You're right, I'll be careful. Hope everything goes without incident. That reminds me. Should come along too, Keel. Me? But I'm practically still a new recruit, Captain. I believe Sergeant Locke should go instead. Come on, use your head. If he comes with me, who's going to look after the men that are still stationed here? Oh, true. Go on. It's not like you should be arguing with the captain's orders anyway. That's right, Keel. Someone needs to pick up that medal in Stock's stead. Understood? I'll perform my duty as the sergeant's stand-in to the best of my ability. It looks like everything's been taken care of then. Don't worry about your men. I'll look after them too. I'm sure the sergeant would appreciate any help he can get. Thank you for your consideration, Field Marshal Viola. Don't mention it. Anything for the young lion of Alistel, right? Yeah. As I said before, I'd appreciate if you didn't call me that. I was just teasing. Now, you should depart immediately for Alistel. Hold your head up high and stand proud to the public. Yes, sir. Well then, we'll head out. Keel. Is something wrong, Sergeant Stock? I want you to be cautious around General Hugo. Don't let Raj out of your sight. Huh? What do you mean? General Hugo may dislike us. But how could General Hugo... Sergeant, you shouldn't say such a things to such fragile young recruits. We... Understood. I don't see the big picture, but I'll be vigilant. And I'll stay right at the captain's side. I'm counting on you. It seems the mass production of Tau machines is going smoothly. And the divine judgment? That too. Or it would be, at least, except for one thing. Which is... I'm not making sculptures to be displayed in the square, you know? The worst fate for men like me is to expect us to be satisfied without using our creations. Not much longer. How much longer are you going to force me to go on this way? Who knows? I recall you saying once you'd be happy as long as you could continue your research. That's not the point. If that isn't the point, Fennel, I advise you to stop trying our patience and come to it. Fine, I'll just ask. Why won't you send my Tau machines into the front lines? I keep hearing they're being saved for your own personal troops, which, for all intents and purposes means they may as well be sculptures. Army policy must consider the long view. Enough. That's what I want to hear. I barely had a scrap of useful combat data for several months. I demand more. What I mean is, now is not the time to focus on manufacturing these things. And what will you do when the mass-produced models have a critical flaw? Theory isn't practice. A weapon isn't truly usable until there's a data that supports it. Mechanical improvements made little by little. That's what will create the perfect weapon. And for that I need data, raw data. As much as I can get. You're truly a difficult one. Please. No wonder you're the most celebrated Taumatech engineering banquier. General came here for one reason. I was told that I'd be able to do all the research I pleased. If my work is going to continue to be held back by the military's pig-headedness, what do you want me to do? I've been telling you, I want data. I'm not picky. Can't you dispatch a large force soon? Typically a troublesome demand. But is it really? Our recent skirmish at the Sand Fortress, it didn't go how we planned, but from another perspective, it would be a perfect opportunity. Are you saying to take our losses in stride and keep pressing the front line forward? Yes, exactly. Then we can give Benel here what he wants. And if you play your cards right, General Hugo, you can achieve some of your own dreams. Or are you still going to claim that there's a reason to draw out the war? There's nothing for it then. I'll have to go with that. We'll have the Raj Brigade make the first move and deploy more Tau machines to the fortress. That would be excellent. I must hurry and make the necessary preparations. Data. The beautiful crystals of promise and potential. You've returned stock? You did a good job finding the bombs set up by Granorg, but a new threat unlike anything. Threat. But a new threat unlike anything you've encountered thus far draws near. Please be careful, Stock. Let us now add a new chapter to the White Chronicle. When I read better, that would be a new chapter. Alternate History, Chapter 2. Fall. Here we are again. Some irony, huh? Using the secret passage the enemy made to get an advantage over them. Alright, let's go over the operational details. We're here to scout out the enemy forces for our invasion of Grand Plain. But will it work? I mean, won't the enemy expect us to use the secret passage? There's always that possibility, actually. There's no way they wouldn't anticipate it. But the enemy is focused on the Sand Fortress right now. They don't have any troops to spare. So we can probably accomplish this mission with a small brigade. That's what headquarters thinks anyway. I see. So that's why they're not sending many troops. Yeah. The order came down from General Hugo himself. It seems he has faith in our skills. The ceremony the other day sure was amazing. We need to live up to his trust in us. Well, don't get too excited. This is still a dangerous mission. We'll start things off with a diversion force from the fortress. The enemy will obviously respond by sending out their soldiers, which lets us see the numbers. Once we've checked that, we'll briefly rendezvous with the diversion force and retreat. Any question? Alright. Then let's go. Will do. You get injured? Are you alright? I've just got a scratch in my throat, that's all. That sounds serious. Don't make such a fuss. It's nothing. Moving on. I'll outline your next mission. We just received word from HQ that the main force is prepared now to make a move. Rash's brigade has entered Grand Plain from the path through Alma Mine. That's the same route the enemy used back then. What should we do? Stack's brigade will enter the Grand Plain from the fortress and rendezvous there with Rash's. Once you've made contact, retreat quickly and bring Rash's intel back to the headquarters. That is your mission. Huh, okay. The prototype Tau machines will finally see actual combat in this operation. Once we have reliable intel on the enemy's position and numbers, we'll attack in force. We're using Tau machines? Huh. Then this really is a serious operation. As I recall, Tau machines aren't effective at scouting since they need so much energy to move. So our strategy is to pinpoint the enemy's position and send them into the targeted area. Right. You've done your homework, Marco? Oh, no, it's nothing special. We'll also send a diversionary force from the fortress during the operation. They'll cover you and Raj during your retreat. Where's the rendezvous point? To the west of the plains. Specifically, an area a little south to the west. That's quite a distance. They won't be cornered by the enemy there, will they? No need to worry. We've planned this operation carefully as far as that goes. Alright. Rainy, Marco, let's go. We'll be counting on you. Cleaning the dining area involves getting rid of little stains and messes, so it takes a long time. If a unit is considerate toward each other, it builds teamwork and camaraderie. Yeah, you pronounced it. Go to the Grand Plain and meet up with Russia's brigade. They're waiting for you just south of the western area of the plains. Okay. Doesn't say anything new. Man, she's as stunning today as ever. I just can't let this chance to go to waste. I've decided I'm going to go and talk to her today. But what if she asks me to eat with her? I'll just treat it like dinner with any other woman. I'll just... crap. I've got nothing. This fortress is constantly covered in dust from the outside. Even Field Marshal Viola can stop coughing from it. Maybe it's the sand. Oh, where's the outside? There was a merchant there. Okay, I gotta buy this for rain. Right? Yeah. There we go. Because I had those, and I gave it to Ak, and she left with it. How many levels did I get? Like 9, 8. But anyway, that's gonna be it for me today. Thank you everyone for hanging out. I appreciate it. Everyone that's lurking. Thank you Moist for coming and for the sub. Drunken Gaming Show. Kaze. Purple Magic. Appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow with more Radiant Historia and continue this time travel game with a lot of reading. But you guys have a nice Thursday or whatever is left of it, and take care and goodbye.